Hello. Hey. I just scarfed down some pizza. Ugh. You guys, I confused Objectives build with today's build. I started lubing the switches for Objectives build, and then I was thinking about it. I was like, I wonder when I scheduled the TB, right? The tech bear, and then I was like, oh shoot. I swapped out the dates. Um, I got this place called Pedroso's. Basically, it's called Pedroso's. Hold on. It's good because I'm glad that because I don't eat cheese on pizza, or I used to, but you know, most of the time I just pick off the cheese and eat the pizza. But they have this like thin thin body but like thick crust pizza that they do like extra like no salt or no cheese, and so I got one of those. Um, it looks really good. Yo, what's up, Zitch? Yeah, so we got basil, red peppers, Italian sausage, and dollops of ricotta. So there's still some cheese on there for Connor. Um, but I haven't really had an appetite today. I woke up kind of late. Now I also have this coconut cult. These are expensive. This mousse was like $10 for this. Yeah, Connor told me this was $10. At least from Whole Foods. That's crazy. I need to go to Costco and buy them bulk or something. Yeah, like yesterday I was drinking the or I was eating the yogurt, which was pretty tasty. Hello, soundtrack. What's up? I was gonna have a pop-up this Saturday, but it's being postponed. Happy Friday to you too. How have you been? I'm also streaming on YouTube. So okay. I'm streaming on my VOD channel. That way I don't have to like highlight and then re-upload, so we'll see how it works out. Oh yeah, I've been going by myself or mostly like class because there are times where I want to stream but then someone's there and then I get shy. Hold on, I'm gonna fridge this real quick. Hello, Kevin. Thank you for the 37. Hello, Conan. Kev, thank you for the raid. Hello. Hi, Shy. Hi, Conan. Hi, Spaceballs. Thanks, Kev, for the raid. How are you doing? Hello, everyone. So today I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube, but I'm streaming on my VOD channel. Because recently Twitch changed how they were doing highlights. So basically, I have a limited amount of hours for my VODs. So I figured I would just multi-stream directly to my VOD channel so I don't have to like highlight, delete one, upload it later, and this way it'll directly go to YouTube. So this stream is streamed on my VOD channel, but I don't have YouTube chat on here. I have to figure that out, but in case you're on YouTube, I am streaming there. Hello, Keeper. Hello, still. What is Kev building? What were you building? I just like scarfed down a slice of pizza, some Cocoa Cult chocolate mousse probiotic mousse. And now I'm drinking some kombucha. I'm trying to get my gut health on the way, you know. Hope you had a good stream though. Oh, wait, were you part of the group buy or did you buy the extras? Ooh, that sounds good. Sounds tasty. Yummy. Nice. From Divinity, I'm guessing. Have you guys ever had bulgogi burger? There used to be a place in Austin where they served like bulgogi burgers and you could get like a pineapple slice on it. I know. Before you guys are like, ugh, what is it with like pineapple and like on pizza or on burgers? But it's actually really good. I heard they would grill the pineapple and everything. It was so tasty. Yeah, it's grilled pineapple. Okay, sorry. So today we're building the TB-65. So Diego actually built this earlier today. I don't know if you guys watched Diego stream. He was streaming at like 5 p.m. my time. Oh wait, I just realized. Wow. Okay, sorry. But yeah, today we're building the TB-65. So this was actually sent out to me by Win Studio. So I've built a few keyboards by them, but I think they're selling it for him. I don't know if you guys remember, but I built the TechBear TKL a long time ago. And now this is the TechBear 65. A long time ago. But this will be live June 26th to July 10th. So it's gonna be live very soon in the next 6 days. But yeah. Alright, so let's just go ahead and open it. Or let's look at the box. So I don't really show the boxes very often. This is what we're looking at. So Discord channel, they have QQ channel, QQ community, and this is just what the box looks like. Whoa. Looks like we can open it up here. tear it right here. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. So the international, or this is the international group buy, but the local one has already ran. So this will be the international one. So if you see content about this board already, that's because China's already gotten it. There are like so many boards that I see, and it's like China only group buy. It's like, dang. Especially like the really, really like cute ones. I don't know how to describe it, but Chinese market with their like cute keyboards is like on a whole other level. Here, not so much. It's much more serious here. Okay, but here's a case. Nice, like two-toned, right? Whoa. Oh, I got the red color. They actually didn't tell me what color I got, so I have the red colorway.
Hey, Patty.
Yes.
Are you done eating?
For now.
You want me to save this last piece for you?
Yeah, you can eat it.
Sure.
Yeah, just put my slice in the box for me. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I have what looks like to be the Anno Red, but there's Anno Red, Anno Violet, Titanium Gray, Gray Gold, Silver. So you have 5 Anno colors. And then for spray coated, you have yellow, gray, and pink. So a total of 8 colors. I have the Anno Red. For plates, looks like you can have, there's 4 plate options. That? Hello, Kim, what's up? Yeah, so for plates, you have copper, FR4, alu, PC, and then for the weight, you have 3 options. You have silver water ripple, gold water ripple, or black water ripple. I don't know which one I have, but I do see we have the Anno Red case. I just pull everything out of here. It's the cable. Oh, this is the build guide. Whoa. So it looks like I have 2 plates. 2 plates. Okay. Oh, nice. You have family staying over. Is this just a cable? Yeah, it's just a cable. Pretty nice cable, though. Okay, so let's see. It looks like I have the gold water. Yeah, so Diego also built this today, so if you guys are interested, his VOD should be up. Oh, hello, Zoabi. I'm good, how are you? Clear the foam in here. Whoa. Whoa. Interesting. Okay. Oh. It's like ball catch, but it's more like a click. Okay. Let's see, am I missing anything? So the mounting or the case assembly or disassembly is called self-expanding locking buckle. Self-expanding locking buckle. All right. So it kind of looks like ball catch, but it's more like a click. So I don't know if you guys can see this, but so that's closed, right? Case is on. And then you can just press. Case is open. Interesting. Interesting. It looks neat. Yeah, so this is going to be the international group buy. Looks like starting price is going to be $225 starting price. It looks like it's also going to be an in-stock drop because it says shipping time is going to be 2 to 3 weeks, so interesting. Okay, anyways, yeah, let's look at the board. Oh, actually, let me post on social media real quick. Did I show you guys my, I don't know how many of you are on Instagram, but I, look at my acrylic sign that I made for my pop-ups. Cute. Stinky baby matcha. So I designed that in Illustrator. I went to a laser cutting studio. I got acrylic and I cut all of that. And then I brought it home. And this is what it looks like before. So this is what it looked like before, like, assembling, right? And then I used Posca markers to infill the acrylic engravings. So for example, like, this is what it looks like before, and then I filled it out like that, and then this is what it looks like after. Yeah, so I colored in that QR code, it works. I colored in the connect with us. The letters are actually inset, but the ginkgo, the QR code, and the connect with us are all gonna be glued on. But it's gonna be like a sign. Let me show you. So it will look like this, right? Ooh. So I did all that. Yeah. Cool, right? If you guys are ever looking for a sign, acrylic sign, let me know. I have experience doing it now. For whatever reason. Okay. They actually just passed something that it's easy to, like, import it here to Texas. But I mean, we'll see. Link. Oh, where did the link go? It's just hard, because I want something with, like, AC. It's just so hot here. I mean, not big enough to, like, work inside of it. You like it? Yeah. I don't wanna, I'm gonna cook if I have to stand outside. Like, I don't know if you guys can see. I got sunburnt real bad. Thankfully, I'm not peeling, though. Thankfully. These ripples are so cool looking. Okay. Sorry, I'm just, like, really slow. Did everyone have a good weekend? Or has... Never mind, it's Friday. Did everyone have a good week? You're cooked this weekend? Oh no. Are you cooked this week? TB-65. Oh, I see. So it's I think the pop-up is actually going to be postponed. My sister just announced it. Her supplier didn't send her enough Labubus. Yeah. In stock is the way, yeah, true. Oh yeah, it's not this weekend. I think she's postponing it, so. Which is, I don't know if that works out with my schedule, so we'll see. So I might not be able to do the pop-up. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, anyways, guys. Hello. Alright. So let's look at the board. Thank you for waiting as I post it on social media. Okay. Okay, so this is the Tech Bear 65. This is the Inno Red color. It's a 65% keyboard. There are a couple things I do want to point out about this board as we talk more about it, but so far it's a very, very intricate keyboard. Or I'd say there's a lot of new things that I haven't seen or I rarely see that I'm already seeing on this board. So let's just talk about the front side. So you can see that the bezels, at least from like the top and the sides, are same-ish, except you can see like accent pieces. So for example, like this golden accent, right? And you can see right here, it doesn't like go all the way down. It's almost like a ribbon fold right here. So that's really cool. So this is not your traditional blocker, right? They've decided to go for these like pieces right here, these like accent pieces. Almost looks like removable in a sense, but we'll figure that out. But yeah, the top piece, just looking at it, is already a lot more going on than most boards that we see, right? So you got this neat blocker that incorporates this like almost fold and like the gold accent that matches the USB side accent, right? And then one thing to point out is it looks like you can see the bottom case, right? Whenever you look on the top. So you can see like this part is the bottom case, this part is the bottom case, right? So this is an instance where the bottom basically goes over the top, right? And part of that is the design of how you open the board. So one thing that is unique about this board that it uses is called a self-expanding locking buckle. So imagine like ball catch, but now it's like instead of, ball catch would be, like along here, you have these two buckle mechanisms right here, right? So it's almost like a click. I I'm trying to think of like what mechanism also uses this, but it's like you push to close, you push to open, right? So you see it has this like buckling mechanism on the left and the right. There's only two of them, right? There's not like all on the top. So it's interesting. In terms of like case security, I guess we'll have to see since this is my first time building with something like that. But yeah, you just put it here, right? You gotta make sure you align it correctly, and then you can just click it closed, right? So watch. Okay, so here's a side profile. So right off the bat, we can see a bunch of different components. So first of all, we see the top piece. We see the quote-unquote middle or bottom piece right here. You see one accent piece right here, a separate accent piece, and then you see the weight that kind of protrudes out. And then you can also see like another like middle accent weight, and then finally this like bottom piece, right? So you can see a lot from the side. It almost looks like building blocks, but yeah. So middle slash bottom piece, right? It looks like this like ledge right here, or this wedge, is connected to this part, right? And then watch. So if I were to click it, you see it'll go down and then it'll come up, right? So let's close. That's open. So you can see that like spring mechanism. Cool, right? Hello, Mochin. Here's the back. Whoa! So this is the gold ripple weight. There's 3 weight options and they're all gonna be this like ripple effect, but there's a lot going on here. So you essentially have 3, or I wanna say like 2 main pieces with like 2 accent pieces. So what I mean by that is like you have this gold ripple weight, right? And then you have this like accent middle weight right here. But then within like the ripple weight, you can see another little piece right here. And then at the bottom, you can see this like also gold weight right here. So one thing to note is like this matches this, and then this piece matches this piece, right? So you kind of have this like asymmetry going on, right? Um, I'm guessing this is for something else that we can put on, maybe? I'm guessing it's the feet, actually. Yeah, I think this is for the feet. So this is all for the feet. So the feet is all along the weight, right? And then you have the 2 feet right here. So it's asymmetrical, right? You have the 1 long feet and then you have the 2 shorter feet, but then you have these 2 that match and then these 2 that match as well, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like complicated, but it's almost like chaotic, but I mean, if you like this aesthetic, I think it's pretty cool. And then one thing to look at the weight up close. Do you see those? Whoa. I think this weight so far is the coolest thing about this board, right? So, not boring from the top, the bottom, or the side so far, right? Definitely a lot to look at. So there's that. And then here is, whoa, that's really neat. So this is the USB port side. And then similar to what we saw on the back with this like straight, slant, straight, you see it here, right? Straight, slant, straight, right? And then this is also asymmetrical. Like it has a shape, but it's not quite centered. I don't know if that will bother people, but there is like a cutout for the USB port side, right? And then there's just a bunch of things going on, right? So this is a completely separate piece from the rest of it, right? So you have this piece, this piece, this piece. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 6 different pieces so far when it comes to like accent pieces, right? 7 if you want to count this one, but centered USB port, right? And then you can see right here, you see how it doesn't quite line up, but it's actually, yeah, it's not quite even. You can see like this triangle is a little bit more than this side, but if you look at these edges right here, they are like reflected, or they are the same-ish, right? Just using like the different weights. And then here you can see the top piece. So it seems like this, right? So this bottom piece, which is connected to this middle piece, gives it like the front height, right? Or the angle. And then this weight, this golden weight also contributes to that. And then here's the front lip. Whoa! So you almost have like a pseudo like pen rail action going on here. It's not a pen rail. You can't put anything here, but basically there's a groove that has been, machined out. And then here, right, this piece, and this piece are connected, but this top piece is separate, right? So you can see like that. Hello, Justin. But yeah, so far really, really intricate case design. We can take it apart to look at it. Oh, Justin. It looks like this is magnetic. Let me see. Can I pull it off? Or is it? I don't know. Okay. So this is taking the top piece off. So top piece is very small, right? But then here is like the mechanisms. So this is for the hatch mechanism, these two right here. There's already gaskets incorporated right here, right? And then if you look at the edges of the case, right, they have this hard plastic. I'm guessing it's to help basically fill in any like case gap, right? I'm assuming. I think these are the mounting points, right? So you can see like you have these unique croissant shaped ones, right? And then you also have these like ones that gaskets are already incorporated. This is for the accent weight on the front. It almost looks like you can remove it, but I think it might be screwed in. I think they've just added these like silicone feet so it doesn't like whatchamacallit. So if it were to like press against your case, it's gonna be a soft sound. And then here it looks like a little, oh, that's cool. So I didn't even notice this, but you see this cut right here? That's actually for like an LED, I'm guessing, because you have this like PC or silicon diffuser right here. So that means there's going to be, light that comes through this part right here. Boop. It's so subtle. I didn't even notice it. It wasn't until I like took it apart that I was like, oh wow, right? So pretty neat so far. I used all my luck in PoE. Oh no. PoE 1 or 2. Yeah, maybe they just added these to cover the screw holes. Let me see. I'm gonna deconstruct this for you guys. Yeah, I think they just did this to cover the screw holes. But let's look at this part right here. Okay, so they have the branding finally right here, Tech Bear Studio. Tech Bear Studio, and this weight is actually this one right here. Cool, right? So it's all connected. They have milled out these parts, right, where the alphas are. Here we can see is pogo connector or pogo pin right here. This is the mechanism for the hatch, right? And then this is the USB side. We can take it apart, but honestly, I feel like this is so intricate, I might regret it. I might regret it. But we can already see, for example, like this weight right here, you have the two screws holding it right there. And then for like this piece right here, you'd have like these screws, right? Ernish, thank you for the 50 months. How are you doing? Looks like this little cubby right here is gonna be for like the LED. I'm guessing. But yeah. And do you guys want me to take the board apart? Let's see. TV. Gulp. Is what I'm saying. Oh yeah, did you see my banner? It's pretty cute, right? Okay, so this is like everything we get with it. Oh. So it does use VIA. That's nice. It does have hot swap and solder. Insulation. Keyboard is compatible with PCB mounted, plate mounted style. So that's good to know. Okay, so here's like all the mounting. So let's look at it. So you have the bottom mount, which is what this part would be for, right? So right here, you can see the bottom mount has like these little nipples or these little stands or posts for the bottom mount for the piece, right? And then you could do gasket mount, which I'm assuming is going to be for like these like holes right here, right? These like circular holes. And then looks like there's quick release. Okay, so we looked at the quick release. So the quick release is basically how you would open the case. Oh, wow. They're saying these are buttons. Oh, okay, that makes sense. They're saying these are buttons. So that's why it has this piece, right? Whoa. Cool. So that's why they've covered up these parts, right? So when you press it, it doesn't make like the metallic clink. These are buttons. Yeah, neat. Are they programmable in VIA? I think so, yeah, because they're showing you how you can use it. But it looks like you have A, B, and C. So 3 buttons. So that's neat. They basically remove 2 keys in order to give you 3 keys, so an additional key. So they've changed the blocker into a more like functional yet stylish way to incorporate into the board. It does have wireless and whatnot. Ooh, cool. I'm excited. Yeah. I mean, I'll just take it apart. Let's just see what we're working with. Why not? Hmm. No, that's not correct. I don't think that's correct either. Let's see. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, we're just gonna take it apart. I might regret it, but thankfully we have the VOD to look back on. Okay, let's see if anything's removed. Okay, no. Oh, okay. So this is the first part we've removed. There is a 3 right here. So here's the first weight. So it's 4 screws, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So I don't know what this one is for. Let's see. Is this unrelated? Oh, okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This probably goes with these. Let's see. Oh, potato, welcome back. Okay, yeah. So the big weight takes 4 screws, and then this little accent weight takes 2 screws. Looks like they've made this like little cubby for the pogo pin connector, right? So let me grab this out. Patty? Yeah? What's up? Yes. Is that better? Of course. Yeah, I can't hear the music. I don't have my IEMs right now, so thank you for telling me. Yeah, so it looks like this way takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one takes 4, right? So then looking at this part, so it's interesting. They have these like little silicone feet that they've put into the back right here, right? These like little silicone pieces. And I'm guessing that's for like the metal to metal contact between the weights to prevent like resonance. Here you can see where the battery compartment is. Looks like there is an LED strip right here too. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Looks like the keyboard will light up from not only the top but also on the back, right? Holy. So pretty, but you got a lot of things going on right here. So first of all, the pogo pin is connected via ribbon cable to the main like daughter board. And then this daughter board piece also is where the battery be connected and also where the LED strip on the back would be, right? I need to mention, Diego tried using screw-ins with this plate. It did not work. Oh, good to know. Good to know. Cosmo. Cosmo. I'm out. Leave it alone. But yeah. Ooh. I'm I'm excited. I want to plug this in and see what it looks like. So far I've just been like taking it apart. Oh, also one thing to note is that while I said like these are for like to reduce like metal to metal contact, I actually think their functioning point is more like anchors too. So it's like functional anchors, right? So let's see. Uh, yeah, like this. Yeah. Yeah, so these are gonna be like anchors. So you can see this one has it too. So you can help align the weights when you screw it back on. Just in case. I think this is the right one. That's right. The weight does look really cool. Okay. Yeah, so you don't even see it. It's like so subtle when we looked at it. Okay, come on, camera. You can see the LED strip right there. Okay. It looks like my sister's pop-up got canceled. The question is, do I still go there and serve matcha? If you like to. No, I didn't have to pay for the spot. Maybe I'll do like an impromptu keyboard beat up. Frank has mail day. I like Sundune's art. I think he makes really cute ones. That's the Rudery, right? Yeah, that's how it starts. Okay. I don't think we need to take apart anything else. But yeah. It looks like, let me point out that they have these little pieces right here. And this is smooth right here. Oh, Conan, thank you for the prime. You want to ask my opinion? Sure. So you can see this has like a smooth edge, and this will kind of help you like whoop, align it, right? Or help keep it in place, like hook it in place. I don't know if you guys could see this, but you could see it's almost like a hook or a wedge to really make sure that it's not just the two pieces right here keeping your case. There's also like a hook. So that's what like these little holes on the bottom case are for, right? Yeah, sorry. I don't know what he wants. My setup right now is black and orange. My mouse pad is also black and orange. Keep all black or add some white accents. Do you have white accents? Like for the keycaps? Or is it like something you'd have to buy like separately? Oh. Um, I would personally add some color, but that's just me. Or you can keep it all black because you have other things adding color already. Oh yeah, post a picture. Let's see. All right. So this is the plate. So I have the PC plate and I also have the um, copper plate. But looking at the plate, no flux cuts. So it's supposedly supposed to support a plate mount and PCB mount stabs. Seems like Dago had troubles with it, so we'll see. There's a lot of things that we can see right here. So here, these little like C are like these little hooks. Those are going to be for like the gasket. So you see the 4 on top, and then you see 3 on the bottom, and then you have these like bottom mount tabs, right? So 4 on the top, 3 on the bottom as well, right? So different mounting points for whatever mount you decide to go with. And then this little cutout is for the accent keys, right? Yeah, there's that. And then it's just gonna be the same thing for the copper plate. Nothing too crazy. Looks like you only get one bottom row. Uh, da, 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 da. Choo, 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 choo. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Alright, but that's the plate. Now we'll get PCB. Alright. PCB. So looks like not only can you plate mount stab, but you can also PCB mount, right? Or plate mounting. There's also PCB mounting, right? So you can see the 4 on the top, the 3 on the bottom. No flex cuts in the PCB. It is 1.6, right? Looks like you can do stepped or regular caps lock. There is no indicator from what I see, but I'm hoping that this indicator right here or this light strip will be the indicator. It's interesting because this one, it looks like you can have different bottom row layouts, but this plate doesn't quite support that. So we'll see. Looks like you can do on-C ISO. You can split the backspace if you would like. It does give you a choice of bottom row on the PCB, but like I said, the plates I have might not support it. And then looking at the back, whoa. Don't know what these like white tabs are for, but looks like no physical reset button, but you do have this is for, I'm guessing, the ribbon cable to connect these keys and the LED, and then there's the pogo pin right there. Cool. Cool. Okay. I actually haven't picked out what switches to use. I need to buy more switches. Oh, I can't message you for. Oh, yeah, that's because I had a group of people a while ago who basically created burner accounts and came into my Discord and started spamming like porn. So I had to do the verify just for safety. Yeah, so I'm sorry about that. Okay. Oh, I do have some stabs like that. I missed that. I mean, I honestly missed it too. It was one of my mods. Like I was like asleep and it happened, and one of my mods handled it all while I was not awake. It was a while ago, like a long time ago. Oh, fruit. The fruit. The meetup is canceled. Or the pop-up is canceled, apparently. I think so. I mean, I still have a lot of ingredients that are gonna go bad, so maybe I'll just do like an impromptu matcha pop-up. We'll see. We'll see. I know you still have a lot of milk. I know. I don't think the milk will go bad, but all the strawberry jam I made. The strawberry puree, I don't like to use it if it's more than a week old. Because I made a lot. Because I knew I had 2 pop-ups. I made a lot. uh yeah, I could. I could bring some matcha over. And sit there for weeks. Yeah, but you know. Oh, did they give me stabilizers here? They did. So Diego built this earlier and his plate mount stabs didn't work. So what was creme brulee? Hello Rouse, what's up? Okay. They don't work on the copper plates from what I see. They also don't work on the PC plate. Is this PCB mount stab mounted? So it's supposed to support both plate and PCB. Or PCB and plate, yeah. But it looks like these cutouts don't quite fit. Okay. That's fine. That's what Lamp came in here earlier to tell me. Let me respond to my cousin. I mean, that's okay. I don't mind. I told Lord I think we should stay at home. Oh god. I'm so lazy. That way I can play games and stream. Are they set? Are they looped? They are looped. That means I can go to ceramics instead. Okay. Ceramic stream? I could. You know what? Do we even bother lubing? Or do we just say frick it? Do we bother tuning or do we say frick it? No, I'll still do the movie. I don't think clickies are bad. I love clickies. Kilo! Kilo! You turd. Stock MX Blues? I don't even have stock MX Blues, unfortunately. Couple, I accidentally sent my cousin "How was it?" with a period and remind me of you. Yeah. You do. You are the period guy. How come everyone knows what I'm talking about then? Okay, you guys are in luck. I do have cookies. And I have more cookies. And I have popus. Patty, do you trust everyone has keeb in their names? Do you want my honest opinion? Hopefully I have enough. Yes, not enough. Banger. People who have keebs in their names just shows that they didn't really have an online presence before they got into keyboards, so that's kind of what it indicates to me. Sorry. Sorry. Will this be enough fierce girls? Excuse me. I'm gonna pull these out just in case. Bless you, thank you. Wait, why do you ask? I told Lamp I trust anyone keeps in their name. Really? I don't know if I can say the same. Well, God, this is the worst feeling. When you have like just barely not enough. They're melodics. You guys, we're just gonna use I need to buy more switches. Who wants to go on a switch run with me? My bulk order of MX Flax? Uh... The only time you'll see me bulk ordering MX Flax is if someone needs like more people to order. And I say, okay, but I would never bulk order it on my own. Like say like Cuppo was trying to bulk order some switches, okay? And he could only order like 300 to his house, but he wants to order like 600, and he's like, hey Patty, can I use your address to bulk order MX Flax? I'd be like, sure, okay. So that he could bypass the 300 limit. Okay, that's like the only time you'll see me bulk ordering switches like that, okay? That's very specific. Is it though? You've never had the one per household limit, so then you ask another friend to bypass that? Because I have. Or you mean this case and scenario? Yeah, this is just a very random um thing. Did you guys see if Bolsa's liquidating their stuff? You might still be able to buy a Ginkgo Deskmat. Um, that is a great question. Key Geek. Yeah. They pinged their Discord. Um, if you use the code 25%. Oh, there's only green and navy left for the Ginkgo dust mats. Yeah, Bolsa's liquidating. Here, I'll give you guys the discount code. I mean, I guess anyone who has worked closely with Bolsa kind of knew, like, their heart wasn't in it anymore. Me? No, not me. It was their Zaku's. It wasn't me, no. Not to like sound condescending or like um shit on myself, but I am actually not like um I'm not an influential creator in the sense of like I don't move units in the like my merch is not very popular. And that's not like to shit on myself. It's just like the truth of the matter. I mean, I only ran the desk mats with them. Like, that's it. I didn't do, like, other stuff. We love you, Pi. I love you guys too, but let's be real. There's just other creators that are more influential, right, than I am. Like, I'd say I have the credentials, but I don't have, like, the community where I'm like, go buy, and then people are like, on my way, you know? I mean, I do, but not as much as some people. Also, this is terrible because shit. The plate doesn't support split backspace. Oh no. Oh god, I already put in all these. Okay, it's okay. That's okay. We'll just YOLO it for now. We'll do it later. I love your Deskmat so much. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Like, that's the reason I refuse to do affiliate marketing. Um, so if a brand reaches out to me and they're like, we can't pay you, but we'll do affiliate marketing, I always say, like, no, thank you. Because affiliate marketing for keyboards is very lucrative in the sense of, like, yeah, when someone buys using your code, you make a big commission, but that's the thing. It's like getting people to even buy using your code is so hard, right? So for example, like, if I am advertising like, cute keycaps, right? And, they're like, what? They're like $80. Or like a keyboard that's like $300, right? It's it's very different from marketing that versus like if I say, oh, here's a slip gloss that's like $7. Like the financial barrier of entry is much lower for like items. And when it's lower, it's more likely they will buy it. Whereas whenever it's more expensive, it's less likely they will buy it, right? So that's why affiliate marketing, in my eyes, at least when it comes to like keyboards, is kind of rough. And the thing is, like, a lot of people don't remember, um, don't remember to use the codes or the links, right? That's the other hard thing. My current group buy has been slow. Yeah, it's a bit hard right now. So this is, so the silicon bean is for the PCB, okay. So that's what these are for. I mean, I did release a reel recently for my lip thing, but I don't get commissions on it. That was just me wanting to try out the product and not knowing what color I wanted. I want to break out into lifestyle, but there was just one creator that I met her husband at that like IPX thing, and then he's like, "Yeah, follow my wife." So I followed her, and like her stuff was really interesting, but it was honestly like overwhelming because legit every story she posted was like my affiliate link, my affiliate code, and like get that bag. But for someone who I didn't meet and I didn't really know, it was just like, damn, I'm consuming this person's content, but I don't really know who they are. And it's honestly exhausting, right? To look at their stories and like every slide is like promoting something. And I actually had to unfollow because it was just too much. It was too much for me. I feel bad because like get that bag, but unless like I feel like unless I know the creator personally, sometimes it's hard for me to like what you call it, consume their content like mindlessly. Does it make sense? So I did have to unfollow that person. Wow, congrats. Hello, Bloodface. I started playing Look Outside. Pretty fun so far. You could remap them to anything. So they can do whatever you want them to do. He was here earlier. I mean, yesterday. Questions about what? Oh, they did not send me the firmware. Yeah, hi Diego. Yeah, I had a pop-up that day, but a low-key should have gone to KeyCon. Yeah, I didn't do too well in sales on my latest pop-up. I mean, I feel like a lot of people didn't do too well. Uh, Hold on. Yeah, that was the time of like the protests. Also, there was like a burger festival. I mean, it was just that that weekend. Diego, did they send you the file, the firmware for the TB? Okay. Did it work in Via for you? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. That's what I'm running into right now, too. Sorry. Oh, yes. Yeah, I saw you're building it today. This one's not working. I saw the Hello Caps extra went on sale. Oh my gosh. The first come first serve. Hold on, I'm trying to read this. Mm. Are any mangoes? What the frick? Where's my mangoes? Yeah, let me slice. Diego, did the side buttons work for you? I will finagle it. I'm trying to make sure this all works. Oops. Sorry. Okay, that works. Okay, we'll just worry about it later. Let's just do it later. Okay, keycaps. Oh my god, I know which ones. Alt mods. Oh god. We found it. Don't look at that one, okay? Don't look at it too closely. Yeah, the plate mount stabs aren't fitting. The holes aren't big enough. Yes, actually Lamp came in here and said that you had troubles with it, and then I checked, and then yeah, mine don't fit either. So my my plates didn't have like split backspace compatibility or 7U. The PCB had it, but I don't know if your plates were the same. my god. Really? I don't even know what that image is. Let me look. Oh, it's on Kid Baby. I see. What are the chances Vin will show up to stream today? Are we placing bets? Oh my goodness, so good. I like it. I like it a lot. The artisans. Yeah, right. Okay, let me update the build command. So these are this is the key purple bottom switches with the plate. Oh no, it's not split backspace. Okay, this is no foam. This is PCB basket mount. Okay, I need mods to help me clip today. I know you guys are a bit on a vacay, but I do need help clipping these today, please. If possible. We're just gonna do gnome foam builds. We're gonna do both plates of the things. Let's see. Do we have lychee or red? Okay, oh, that's fine. Okay. Alright guys, so this is the TB-65F. We're using Keygeek Purple Dawn switches. This is the PC plate, no foam, and this is the PCB gasket mount. I got distracted by the Mr. Krabs. Okay, so watch this. You just boop, open, open sesame. You know how Alex has his ass acronym? Patty needs one. What does that mean? What is this ass acronym? Oh, I see. Oh my god. Okay, I ripped that out. That's not good. That's fine. Keyboard is really red. Yeah. This first one was Gasket bean. Oh, like sounds like piss. Okay, so this is going to be the bottom mount, so I'm assuming it's something like, is it more like this? It's like this. Oh, PP? PP good. Patty's interactive sound signature. Yeah, interactive. Okay, so we need the screws. So let me find the screws. So this one, gasket beam, we already did. Are these parts we need? I think so. Hex cap, hex transverse bridges. Okay. So this is for bottom mount. Orientation does matter, but there are alignments to help you. Oh, you know what? Let's see. I need to check something real quick. Okay, yeah. Oh, so when you look at this, right, you see how this one has like the little posts and the bottom doesn't? So the orientation for this does matter. So you want to make sure that the circular head part right here, if you're building this part will go in towards the case, and then these posts need to be up. And if you're wondering, like, why is that? So if you look at, like, the plate, right? Oh, you can see on the plate right here, see these grooves right here? I'm assuming it's to help you align like this. Right. Yeah. So now that's all aligned. Okay. Wow! Thank you, Alvin. Morning stream, Holly. It's 11 at night. What are you talking about morning stream? M2. Oh my. You're using your phone? The fact that you think it's like. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah. I was just thinking that same thing, Insty. There's so many tattoo artists in Toronto. I want to go see. Oh, is this your first hand tattoo or? Hammer, thanks for the raid. How you doing? We're making fun of Holly right now. He's like, morning stream. That's not morning. Evening stream. Oh, nice. You know what? Oh, I see. I did this wrong. Okay. So this one is interesting. So if you're building this, you want to put one side down first, because it kind of needs to like sandwich in, right? So like that. Okay. So how do I want to do this? Okay. Okay. So basically what I had to do is I screwed in these bottom ones. And then using like the top piece, remember the post I showed you? I basically just helped aligned it with this part like that, right? And then I had to make sure all four were aligned and then I put it in, right? These bottom ones are already screwed in, but this one I had to kind of finagle it in. But that's what the tabs on those are for, to help you keep it like aligned. Does it ask you to screw in? It does. Oh my gosh. Okay, so if I'm understanding this, after you've screwed this in, then you need to screw it again in the middle. So it'd be 1, 2, 3 per. Holy moly. Wait, so you have so many screws. my gosh. Alright, you guys. So basically, the bottom mount, for each mounting post, it uses 3 screws. So if you have a total of 7 screws times 3, right? So that's how many screws you'll need to screw on. So not only do you have to screw the 2 side screws for the post, but then you need to screw the final middle one to keep the plate, to screw the plate onto the bottom post. And then for insulation, you have to, you can either do top or bottom first, but I did bottom first. I'd probably recommend doing top first, but you screw in like the top post first, and then you have to slide it in, and then you have to align the bottom post before you screw it into the bottom, and then screw it in after. How much will it weigh? Good question. I can weigh it after this. Look at that. That's pretty cool though. I do like that. That's neat. Okay. I was just making sure I was doing that correctly. Yeah, let me weigh it for you after I get this all situated in. Okay. And then we do this. Okay, cool. So this one is going to be bottom mount. Okay, see you soon. Alright, bottom mount, no foam, PC plates. Alright, let's go. Oh my god, he showed up. Boop. Hey. What keycap set is this? This is GMK Lychee with alt mods. No, this has no foam. No foam. Yeah, I went all red for this so I could use this set finally. It's a lot of screws. No, I knew you would show up. I wasn't even gonna use the alt alphas until objective was like alt alphas. Like, okay, you're right. And I went looking for it. Okay, so I guess one way to like keep it all in is if you want to put like the screws in the middle like that. Otherwise, yeah, it's a lot. It's like what, 21 screws you have to screw. Motions is not as much as EC, but still, it's still a lot. Especially if you're not into EC and you don't know how many screws goes in EC. Didn't you ask me to use it on like one of the worst sets to use it on? I don't even remember. I don't even remember which board, but I know it was not a red board. And it was kind of like, what the hell? Is Diego still here? Or who watched Diego's stream? I'm just missing a part completely. I'm pretty sure, unless I'm wrong. Is there supposed to be a piece right here? There is, right? Yeah, okay. I don't have it. Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm missing then. Yeah. You see, mine didn't have it, and I don't have it anywhere. And then when you said your lights were working, and I was like thinking, well, how does my lights work? Because there's not anything here to connect it. But mine, whenever I opened it, was just like this. So that's okay. This whole time I was wondering like how it even connected. I was like, is there some kind of magic I'm missing? Okay, I'm just gonna take this off then. Okay, so this one goes on. So this one is silicone. Um, where is it? Where did I put it? Silicone cover, and this one goes on the plate. It might look like it can go on the PCB, but not quite. It's a bit too small. All right. Hmm. Strange. Let's see. Oh no, I'm wrong. This goes on the oh my god. This goes on the PCB, sorry. I said the plate, but it's the PCB. My bad. It does actually fit. Fits a lot better. Hey, you have to work tomorrow? Really? Yeah, that's better. Whew. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. I took this off and then it gave me the error, so maybe I should just put it back in. Okay, let's see. Okay, yes, it wants this. If you don't connect this, it won't work. Okay. Good to know. Alright, this next one is going to be silicone sleeve. No foam. Hi guys. Silicone sleeve, no foam. PC plate. Okay, one thing I do want to note is that out of all the mounting, this has been the stiffest one so far. Yeah. This has been the stiffest typing feedback, like even more so than like the bottom mount. My hands are getting like tired. I was getting fatigued. Yeah. Okay. Last one is going to be the Gasket mount spring capsule. Okay, that just joined out again. Whatever. Like you didn't like it, or this one? These are interesting. Uh so there's what, 4 mounting styles, but kind of takes a lot of effort to like assemble at least the bottom mounts. So what we've had, bottom mount is using the plate, silicone sleeve is PCB, gasket being PCB, and now we're gonna do spring capsule, which is also a gasket mount. It looks like this goes onto the plate. So you have 2 plate mounts and 2 PCB mounts. Okay, yeah, I thought the bottom mount sounded fine. But it's a lot of work to install. Okay, spring capsules. So this one, you guys can see it. See how that goes in like that? So this probably goes in like this. And then I'm guessing, is it the smaller or the bigger hole? Let's see. So I'm guessing it's going to be one on the bottom. Okay, so this goes in like that. Okay, so you're working with a couple different pieces here, all right? So this is essentially what you're working with. So this is what it looks like. So you have the bottom piece, which is kind of like a bucket hat or a top hat, right? And then you have the top piece where the plate would grab onto right here, right? So here is the bottom one, right? So kind of looks like a top hat. Then you would slide the thicker part into that one. And then this part where it has like the groove for the plate to grab onto, there's also a hole right here. Then you would want to slide it on like that. Okay. And then from here, you would then slide it onto the plate. So it would look like this. You see that? Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. So I would recommend putting the gaskets on the plate first. Right? Because if you were to put the pin in, or the spring capsule, you'd have a hard time fitting it into like the hole, the plate hole, right? So what I recommend is putting these into the plate first, taking your capsule, and then putting it in after. Likewise, be careful not to break off the tabs. So put like your finger underneath to help you really like fit it in. And then you can take your top hats and just boop, put the hats on. Oh, thank you for the prime. Hello. So like that. Okay. We're gonna rinse and repeat. So put the gasket on first, onto the plate first. Put it in. Put it in. Oh. Okay. Now we're gonna put these on. Oops. Okay. So now what you would want to do, hopefully it will stay, but now what you would do is put it in slowly. Let me take this off. So I'm missing a piece, in case you guys are like, why doesn't her side button light up? I didn't realize it was missing a piece, but now I know. Okay, so once you have it all in, and then this is where I'd recommend slowly flipping it over. And then it should, you just want to make sure it aligns correctly. There's holes at the bottom to make sure it aligns correctly, but you might have to use like tweezers to really make sure it goes in properly. Okay. Right, so the sixth one is going to be spring capsule. Okay. So this is spring capsule, this is on the plate, and no foam. Okay, so I will say this one actually was the lightest to type on, or lightest as in like There was no harsh feedback and it actually felt very pleasant. Um, uh, Basically, how this works is, as the adept said earlier, it's kind of like the pogo mount, where basically any feedback you have while you're typing is going to be absorbed by this mechanism right here, right? So normally when you would type and you would have the board immediately as like the cushion or what takes the feedback, but in this case you have this mounting, that the pins will, you know, kind of move up and down based on like how you type. So it kind of like cushions the typing feedback. So it actually felt like, I don't want to say lightest because I don't think that's like the proper way to explain it, but basically it was not like a harsh feedback. Although I will say installing it is a little, it's a bit of a pain in the butt. Um, yeah. So basically, um, you want to make sure that it fits into this little hole. You can see this, right? You want to make sure it fits in, but it's like a pretty tight fit. So whenever you're trying to align it, you just have to maybe use a tweezers to make sure it goes in. Like, see, these went in well, but then the rest of these just kind of like didn't. So let me see if there's like an easier way. It might be better to perhaps put these into the holes first to really make sure that they're inside of it, like this. I don't know what the best way to install these would be. Am I missing one more? Oh yeah, it's right here. But you could do it like this, right? Just have to make sure this fits in properly. I'm gonna continue to look outside. Okay. So let me see if this is like better to assemble this way. It might be. Yeah, okay, so for this one, I'd actually recommend putting the spring capsule into the top hat piece first, and then aligning it with the hole on the bottom, right? And then putting the dumbbell part on the plate, and then from here adjusting it like this. I think that's the better way to do it. Yeah, that's the better way. Okay, so we're kind of at a crossroads here. Did you guys want to hear it with foam, or did you want to hear it with the brass plate instead? Tough decision, yeah. I feel like brass plate is going to be very specific, but I feel like foam will probably be more helpful for people. You guys to hear of foams? Okay. Oh, I can do that. Let's do that. So far my thoughts on this board. With the multiple mounting, I'd say it's almost like a cousin of like the Zoom 65, except if you're looking for something that has like a different aesthetic. Also, the mountings are incorporated a bit differently. I'd say this one, I don't want to say feels more like well polished, but I'd say if you like experimenting with different mounting styles, this is definitely like a board for that. I'd say the biggest thing about this board I would like would be the aesthetics personally. I think the weight is really cool, and like all the way they've incorporated like the different lights. It kind of does feel like a transformer, or like not quite like mecha, but it's definitely a very specific aesthetic. I don't know what the light button looks like, but it's interesting how they've taken, you know, this blocker and kind of like innovated it into buttons instead. You kind of see it with like the QK boards where they'll take buttons, or with like the Win Studio board too, where like the plus and minus buttons worked as keys. So instead of putting 2 keys here, they've made it into buttons so you can have 3 keys, right? Very weeb coded. There's like a weeb and look outside that wrecks me. He's so strong. Maybe he doesn't have that much HP though. I'm hoping he just hits really hard but doesn't have that much HP, so I'll probably attempt to get him tonight. But yeah, I'd say this is almost like a cousin of the Zoom 65, although I think the case is very well designed. Pricing is pretty similar, but definitely like if you enjoy the aesthetics of this board, it's there. Put this on this time. I'd say that the 21 screws for the bottom mount is a bit overkill. I mean, I get why they did it, but honestly, is a lot. The animal's not bad. I have no like complaints about it. Also interesting how they decided to do like the whole, you know, plate PCB mounts like 2 and 2. I feel like they try to do a lot in this board, and so far it's been okay. I wouldn't like fault them for anything. I'm just gonna cut this out. I do think the hatch, or the oh my god, what is it called? Self-expanding locking buckle is interesting. How do I say this? Basically, you know, there are some boards with like ball catch, so I'd be like, definitely do not pick this up, but you know, a certain way. This one kind of addresses that because like the top piece is like really loose, but it's also really small. So I'm trying to think of a scenario in which you would pick it up by like the top piece, but you can't really. Like you're kind of forced to pick it up from the bottom piece, but if you notice, the walls are all on the bottom piece. So even though the top is like the locking buckle is like really loose, you would never pick it up by the top piece. So you don't have to like worry so much about like how you pick it up. That is nice. I don't know if that was like as intended, but Sometimes a ball catch, I'll say, like, you know, definitely don't pick it up like this way, because you could unhook the ball catch. But this one, you don't have to worry too much. I say the biggest thing is, like, you know, if you like slam your keyboard, you could open the case. But I mean, obviously, don't slam your keyboard. I mean, if you want to slam your keyboard, to each their own, I suppose. How many of you guys have actually slammed your keyboards before? Like, on purpose? These are like slightly... Fighting sticks. I mean, that makes sense. Fighting sticks, I suppose. You guys remember, Launch? He used to stream for a key company. No, not Launch. Not like that. Like launch the rocket. I know he was building like custom fighting sticks for a while. I think he streams on TikTok now too. Oh. My god, Couple is so elusive. What if we've met Couple before, we just didn't know? I was just a girl. What does being a girl have to do anything about it? Like, you're saying you're a girl so you're afraid to meet people? I don't have- oh, there's your period. I wouldn't meet you and not introduce yourself. You'd know. I look like a cup. I'm assuming you smell like mangoes. You know, I'm the type of friend, if you change your deodorant and I hang out with you enough, I'd probably notice. And there's some people that, like, it's, okay, this is gonna sound kind of weird, but there's some people I definitely remember, like, based on how they smell. Like, if you blindfolded me and, like, put me next to someone and I smelled them, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's this person. I mean, it, I like it, but then I also don't like it because especially if it's like someone stinky, then I kind of have like, oh god, I know they're gonna be stinky, you know? I have had to tell someone before, like, god, I had to be that person that was like, are you not wearing deodorant? Oh, oh, mean. Cordal? Yeah, I do remember Cordal. But Cordal, it's because Cordal wears, scents. A lot of guys don't wear scents. Well, because, like, people have, nose blindness. Like, they don't realize that they're stinky. Like, one thing I think is, like, hard to notice sometimes is if you have, like, stinky breath. Because, that part is, like, hard for you to smell. This is the wrong way. Oops. And, like, and it's not even a matter of, like, oh, they didn't brush their teeth, because even if you brush your teeth, you scrub your tongue, if you don't eat for like a few hours, like, your breath just gets stinky. Like, it just happens. And I don't think people realize that. Like, you have to eat something. Because you have to feed the bacteria in your mouth. It's not even about drinking enough water. It's just like the way I see it, it's like you have a bunch of bacteria in your mouth, right? And when you feed it food, it stops them from, like, becoming stinky. Yeah, that is a good thing. That is a good way to test it. And I think there's a misconception that just because someone has stinky breath doesn't mean, like, they didn't, like, brush their teeth. It just means, like, they probably just haven't eaten, right? Connor wears scents. No, he used to. I get, like, I kind of get, like, a headache or, like, I sneeze. So he stopped wearing his, cologne when he started dating me. No, I get headache with certain fragrances. Like, if it's too strong. Like, if I'm on a plane and the person near me has like so much like perfume or, you know, I just, I get a headache. I don't know if you guys have ever encountered that. And then I already kind of get motion sickness on planes too. So whenever it's like, I'm already feeling kind of woozy from being on a plane, on top of like someone nearby me having like a bunch of scent, like a bunch of perfume or cologne, I just get a headache and or I'll start like sneezing. I got this oil, this like fragrance oil. I smell like grass. I mean, scents are hard because like to someone you could smell really good, but to someone else you could smell like death. I'm not really into scents, but my cousin is. And like I went with her to like the Lalabos in Japan. And just anytime we travel, if there's like a Lalabo, she'll want to go see. Um, and I didn't realize like how like the scents will change throughout the day. Yeah, no, the Japan one was not it. But when I go smell like the perfumes, I'm also definitely like, oh my god. Oh my god. My head. I haven't smelled the Hong Kong one. Oh really? So you've bought that one before? Oh god. Why is this? I would say I just have a very sensitive nose for sure. Okay, cool. So this is foam, this is spring capsule. Okay. Yep, still PC plate. Hello, Mango. How you doing? Ooh. Yeah, I don't use perfumes, but I do have this like scented oil. Sometimes I'll use it. Very rarely though. I have to be in the mood. Because if I put too much, then I get a headache. Yeah, I think so too, it's tea. Or there are some people that like smell like fresh laundry, and I like that too. Like they just smell like clean sheets or like clean clothes. I don't mind that. Yeah, I do enjoy that. I was like, did you wash your clothes? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, it smells good. Thanks, Alvin. Don't worry, we just have 3 more and then we're done. Mm, I do have this candle that I really like, and it smells like um this Asian candy I grew up with. It smells good. Oh wait, we don't need to do that. I haven't done it yet, Alvin. You have a hot flux candle? No, it's a different one. Okay, so that was spring capsule. Lunch, actually, lemon butter chicken. Connor went and bought it. Yeah, so now we're doing the foam ones. No, I'm doing mashed potatoes and Caesar salad. Yeah, you're right, Elvin. So now we're gonna do foam PCB gasket. Or gasket bean. So the orientation for this one is nipple down. You know how like some people like during Christmas when they go to department stores they're like, ugh, consumerism, capitalism, ugh, it's all so fake, ugh, disgusting. I'm I love when there's Christmas decorations, there's lights, there's fake snow, Mariah Carey is singing in the background. It's like I feel happy. I'm just like, let's go. Yeah, but I think you know why? It reminds me of whenever I was younger and my parents worked a lot and it's one of the few times like they would take us out and we would get to like just shop together and you know it makes me feel nostalgic because it reminds me of like when my parents would take us out and I got to see them. So I have happy memories associated with it, okay? But my dad is very much like, don't get me anything, you know, doesn't like celebrating these holidays, but man, when I go into department store, it's all decorated, there's happy music, there's lights, you know, especially if it's like cold outside and you walk into like a warm department store and it smells like apple cinnamon. It just feels so good. I love that feeling. Call me basic or whatever. Makes me happy. Okay, this is Gasket bean with foam. So this is on the PCB. Okay, hold on. Let me. I let Cosmo out earlier. I don't know where he is, so Connor's going to find him right now. Because my parents aren't home, so I've been letting the cats roam. Did you find him?
I don't see him downstairs.
I don't know where he is.
What's your parents' door open?
I think so. Yeah, they are.
I don't know where he is.
Can you look in our room or the bathroom? Is he in the bathroom?
He's in the bathroom.
Where was he?
He's right here.
Okay, well, we found Cosmo. Mr. Krabs walking added to chat. What the? Okay. You know what? I want to go to Moody Gardens in the winter again. That'd be sick. Okay, so this is silicone cover. No, it's in Galveston, Houston. Galveston, yeah. Okay, this is alright, this is silicone sleeves, yeah. Oh my god. You're moving all the K-pop emotes. Raz will never come back. You have to keep Chaewon, please. No, they use Chaewon, please. I see that one. The others, I don't know who they are, but... I've seen Chaewon, please. We need to keep her for Raz, okay? That's the only way we get him to come back. You know what's ironic? Is that one time Insty picked me up and he had a K-pop radio on. And I was like, what the? Okay, so this time I'm going. Oh my god, I didn't even get to see what Boss Quest said. It was timed out so fast. Please just don't remove any of my rat emotes. No, don't remove Mr. Cheddar. Not Mr. Cheddar. Yeah, you have to keep Sammy. Not Mr. Cheddar. Don't do it. Okay, so I believe, according to my expertise, the best way for this is to, so push this in, take a screw, screw it in place like that. But then now that'll be in place, and then we can just slide this one in. Whoop. Nice. Easy. Yeah, boop. God, NC is on a purge. NC's like, see everything you know and love? Watch me as I purge it. No, I feel that because in my guild, whenever there are people like inactive, I would just remove them. Demote and remove them. They'd be like, oh, Wiki's going cleaning again. I'm like, yup. She's doing her spring cleaning again. Yup. Did you? I did that with a few subs. Like, a few, like, keyboard streamers haven't streamed in, like, yeah, like, I was sub to a few keyboard people, but they hadn't streamed in, like, over a year, so or, like, 6 months or more, so I unsubscribed. Yeah. Okay, this is, mount. Oops. Is this not, oh, yeah, you can tell. No. Oh, sugar. It's probably the foam. Damn. Don't you get ad-free viewing? Really? Wait. Oh, I see. From your stream. I thought you meant, like, from subbing to me, you don't get ad-free. It's like, what the frick, really? Wait, right? You guys don't get ads. Oh, I see. No, I like Capybara Stare. Don't take that one. Alright, this is the last one. This is bottom mount with foam. Okay, that was the last one. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's taco about it. Tacos. Tacos sound good right now. Anyways, sorry. Okay, let me clean up a little bit. All right. So today's board that we build, in case you guys missed it, this is the TB-65F. This is a group buy, or it's gonna be. It seems like it's gonna be an in-stock drop, but it will go live June 26th to July 10th. Right. So there are, let's see, 7 colors, and I have the red. For Anno, there's 5 of them. There's wait. Sorry. Did I say 7 colors? There's 8 colors, sorry. There's 8 colors, okay? So there's 5 Anno colors, and then there's 3 spray coated colors, okay? So we have for anodized colors, we have red, violet, titanium gray, gray, gold, silver. For spray coated, we have yellow. Oh god. Oh my god. I was gonna go 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, I just realized. Spray coated yellow, spray coated gray, and spray coated pink. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to flip you guys off. But anyways, for plates, so we did only build with 1 plate today. We did PC plate, but you can get copper, FR4, alu, PC. And then weight, there's 3 weight options. You have silver water, gold water, black water. So, looking at the board, here's the top. So we did go in depth about it earlier, but we'll just kind of go over it really quick again. So you can see the bottom piece encompasses the top piece, right? And that's because of the nature of how you open this board, right? So you pop it off from the top. Here you have the 3 buttons. Mine don't work because I don't have the piece, but you have the 3 buttons on the blocker. And then right here is actually a LED strip that I would show you guys, but like I said, I'm missing a part. But you do have this cool little button blocker that they've incorporated. Arrow key blocker, 65%. You still do have 2 keys right here, right? Here you can see the accent weight right here. Here is the side. So here's the top piece, here's the bottom piece, or the mid piece where the walls of the keyboard are. This is part of this middle piece, but this is a wedge. You have an accent weight you can see here. Here is another accent weight, and then you can see 2 more. So there's a lot of accent pieces on this board in general. Here's the back. Oh, cool. Wow, I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, so you can put the long feet here, or you can just leave it like that and you can see the LED shine through, because there's a whole entire LED strip that you can see right here. So I do think this is one of the cooler things about this board, is all the different like accent pieces and the RGB strips found throughout the board. So the PCB or the case does have one entire long one that you can see on the side, or you can also see through the holes for the feet. If you decide to put feet on it, you could put one here, and one here. So 1 long and then 2 short. But as you can see, there's 4 pieces in terms of weights or accent pieces. You have this big weight that you can choose. So this is the gold water ripple. Looks really cool. You can see like the different machining. Whoa, right? And then you have this piece, and then so these 2 match each other, these 2 match each other, right? So it's almost like a very would you say like there's a design style for this? I don't want to say it's like modern, but it's very like blocky. And then here's a USB port side. So once again, you can see how these pieces kind of like form this little accent dip right here. You can see it's what happens here also happens over here. So here you can see the strip. And then here is the USB port side. So instead of putting like, say, an LED strip right here, it's just been kind of machined out. And then here you can kind of see like the sandwich between like the top, the middle, the bottom. Hi, baby. Hi, Kinko. What are you doing? Kinko's here. I like the bunny fall one. Okay, so in terms of mounting, there's 4 mounting styles, okay? So you have gasket bean, which is going to be PCB. You have spring capsule, which is going to be plate. You have silicone cover, which is PCB, and then the last one is going to be... Where's the last one? Oh, where's the last one? Oh, right here. Last one is bottom mount, which is going to be plate as well. Kiko, drop it, drop it, drop it. What is that? What are you eating? What's that? What's that? Don't eat that. What is it? Oh, you weirdo. Why are you eating that? You're so weird. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. You know how like cats will shed their like nail casings? Kinko was eating one of those. She dropped it, but it's just so weird. Get out of here. Get out from under the desk. Go. She's like, crunchy. Go. Go. But yeah. So you have 4 mounting styles. This board is unique because it uses it incorporates both the PCB and the plate. Well, I shouldn't say unique, but it is a design choice that they decided to go with. So a couple of things that I will point out that are actually unique. The first thing would be the self-expanding locking buckle. So how that works is there's a mechanism right here. So imagine like ball catch, except instead of like having to like pry it open, this is just like a press. So you just press it open. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen like the Vento board. So kind of similar-esque, right? It's just a buckling mechanism right here that you would press to lock, press to open, right? And then they do have these like plastic tabs on this to kind of make sure that the piece hooks in place. So this is on the bottom part. This is where the buckling mechanism would be, but this kind of hooks it to make sure that it's not just like the 2 anchors keeping the top piece on, right? And then what I've learned is that, what do you call it? They did install these pieces, but this is more meant for like, so right here. So these pieces, this is meant for, I don't trust non-screws. Yeah, so we'll talk about that. So you see this? This acts as a cushion, so you don't have to worry about this part touching the case and resonating. That's what those pieces are for, right? And then the rest of these are for just to make sure that there's no wiggle and it stays in place, right? So basically what you would do is you would hook it here and then you would press it. So this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, but I mentioned whenever I mentioned how, you know, whenever you have certain ball catch keyboards, I'd recommend not picking it up from the top because it could just like, you know, if your ball catch mechanism is loose, it'll just drop down, right? But they've made all the walls on the bottom piece or the middle piece, right? So you will never be picking it up from the top piece. Like, it's so small, you shouldn't be picking it up from the top piece. So you don't really have to worry about that. Like, picking it up from the side like this is perfectly safe. Same with like picking it up from the side, right? So that is something that I thought was very smart. Pulling keycaps off. So you have the anchors or like the hook to hook it into place. I mean, obviously there are like some downfall or some cons when it comes to something like this, because like if you were to like just like and then boop, like if you got mad and you're like then then it's off. But obviously don't do that. But I do think it is smart that most of the walls are on the bottom piece and not the top piece, because you would never pick it off from the top piece. But I think this is so cool. So the way that they've made this weight protrude out, it makes it so you can see the RGB strip even though it's underneath, right? Because you see how it reflects off of this bottom weight? Because the RGB is shining through underneath here, but because this weight protrudes slightly out, right? It makes it so that you can see it from the top. Kind of cool. But yeah, so one of the things is the self-expanding locking buckle. It's like their way of like, I want to say a ball catch, but it's their way of assembling and disassembling the board, right? I would say I do think the 4 mounting styles is excessive, but if you're someone who likes to experiment with that, right, it's pretty nice to have. The reason I say it's excessive is because like the bottom mount, you have to put the little, what do they call it? Let me make sure I get it right. You have to put the transverse bridges, okay? And each of these bridge takes 3 screws, and there are 7 tabs, so it'd be 7 times 3, okay? So there's just a lot of freaking screws, right? So for example, you can see like 1, 2, 3 just for one tab, okay? Because you have the plate screw, that's keeping the bridge onto the plate, and then the 2 screws on the bridge, that's what's keeping the bridge on the case. You know, this board has a lot of screws, right? I don't know if there was like a better way for them to incorporate that, but the bottom mount, like this sucker is not moving. You got like what? You got like 21 screws on there, okay? That being said, if you are going to use the bottom screw, what I would actually recommend doing, so what you can do is you can put the bridge and put all the plate screws on and not the side screws, and then put it on and then screw all the plate ones on, or all the bridge on the case ones on. But what I would recommend is I would recommend screwing the bridges on for the top, right? And then just like sliding the plate in and then installing the rest. So what I mean by that is, here, let me show you guys real quick. These are some building tips and tricks. So the reason you have these bridges, right, is because you have tabs on the PCB and on the plate. And in order to separate the two, because the bottom mount and the silicone sleeve one, they have the same mounting points or mounting tabs. So what you do to separate that is you add this bridge, right? So this bridge basically creates this like gap, or yeah, this gap for you to then use the plate mounts versus like the PCB mount, which would be lower. So the silicone sleeves would go on the PCB, which would go lower, whereas like the bottom mount goes on the plate, so you have to raise that up so that the 2 mounting tabs don't interfere, if that makes sense. So what I was saying is you can either do the middle screws for all of them, and it will keep the bridges in place. But what I would recommend doing is doing something like, hold on. There's a lot of screws. Is I'd recommend doing something like, oh, a moment please, let me take these out. Oh, did I not unscrew this one? Wait. Don't take a peek of mine. Okay. So, check this out. So, you see how all these bridges are installed? Right, the two? There is an orientation whenever you're building this. So, these posts or these tabs need to be sticking out, and then you see this like circular part, it needs to be inside the case, okay? And then you see how this creates like that gap, or the gap right here, to basically help you distinguish which mounting point to use, right? So what I would recommend is installing the 4 up here, and then taking like the 3 you see right here and installing just this middle part, right? And then what you would do is you would slide it in like this. Slide it in like that. And then you can then set it down like this, and then screw all the screws in. That's what I would do, but you don't have to build that way. But as you can see, like the bridges are being held in place by this middle screw, right? But orientation for that does indeed matter. Let me take these off. But yeah. Also, another building trick or building tip I'd recommend is whenever you're building the spring capsule, right? So you have 3 parts to it, okay? So you have the spring mechanism, and it does have like a top and bottom. So here is the spring mechanism, right? So this is a thicker part, and then this is a thinner part, and as you can see, it goes like up and down. And then if you look at the 2 gaskets, right, you have this one, which is kind of like a top hat. And you have this one, which kind of looks like a dumbbell, right? So I would recommend putting the dumbbell onto the plate first, right? And then taking the spring mechanism, putting the top hat onto it like this, and then actually aligning it into the holes right here. So it's going to be the 4 on the top and then 3 on the bottom. So here you would just make sure it aligns. Make sure it fits in straight. Okay, so you can see, like, take these off. This bottom mount is just like crazy. The amount of screwing you have to do. But we're gonna just take this off. Ooh. Okay, so this is what I would recommend doing, right? Is put in this spring gasket on the bottom, like that. Okay? because then that keeps it in place. Because if you were to do it beforehand, it would be a little hard to align, and it's much easier to align once from the gaskets on the top. So put the spring capsule into the top hat, put it onto the bottom like this, right? Just to make sure it's like properly aligned. And then put the dumbbells onto the plate. So it's going to be using these like bigger tabs on the plate. And the reason why you don't want to like assemble it like this first, right? Like assemble it like this with both the gaskets on, is because it's going to be hard to like put it into this part, this tab. So it's easier when this is like flexible, has nothing in it. It's easier for you to just like whoop, slide it on, right? Whereas if you had this spring capsule, especially for like the PCB or PC plate, you could risk breaking the tabs, right? So put these dumbbells on like that. Also, yeah, MJ, I wouldn't blame you. There's a lot of screws you have to do. I'm just doing it for the sake of showing you guys. I do think, like, the anchors that they've put on many of these pieces is very smart and does help. But it is a lot of work. Okay, so... Come on. Okay, the last one. So you just put this on. And then from here, it's going to be much easier, so you just want to go straight from the top. It's much easier to like fit these in. Okay, like that. The other ones are pretty self-explanatory, but another thing that they mentioned but wasn't consistent from what I noticed is that they said that the plates support plate and PCB mount, right? But that's not true, at least not with TX. When I tried to use the PCB mount, these holes weren't big enough. Also, they have a hot swap and solder. However, the plate doesn't support it, right? Like I was forced into the 6.25U spacebar. The PCB has options, but the plate doesn't support it. So another thing would be, you know, I wanted to do split backspace because the PCB offers it. But if you look here, I can't do it. So that was something that was like inconsistent. But other than that, that's like, I don't know if that's just because we have the prototypes. Whenever you're putting the case back in, right, always make sure you put the bottom in like this to hook it, and then you can click it back in. Oh, thank you for the prime! Hello. That is so that's about it looking here. Here, I'll show you guys the group buy page real quick before we end. But yeah, so the 8 colors, the plates, the weights. So starting price for this is actually going to be around $225, as you can see right here. Here's a group buy date. So it makes me think that it's an in-stock drop because it's like 2 to 3 week shipping time. Here's all the vendors. Here's everything you get with the package. Okay. Okay, the plate mount stabilizers only supports 6.25 and full backspace. If you want 7U or split backspace, they will provide the file. Okay, so that's one important note. So the PCB will support it, but if you want it, you gotta get your own plate, unfortunately. Okay, so that's good to know. So here are all the different colors and the different weights. As you can see, this part always will match this part, this part, right? This is what the PCB supports, but if you want 7U or split backspace, you have to cut your own plate. That's very, yeah, that's just a very important thing to note. Here they show you like the mounting styles. So you can see gasket, mount, silicon bean. Here, the spring capsule, the bottom mount, the gasket mount. So these two are like the PCB. These two are going to be the plate. Does use VIA, so that's good. Disassembling, so we talked about that. And here's everything you get. I am missing a piece, but you see how this sliver right here, this should be there should be light. It's good. We're just talking about the rest of it right now. But yeah, if you're interested in this, it goes live June 26th, so in the next few days. I'll have a video out on it soon. My thoughts. So, I'd say this is like, okay, so if you guys have a Zoom 65E3, I'd say this is like a cousin of that, but I would say this one is more well polished. Only because I say more well polished because I like the aesthetics. I think it's cleaner in that sense, right? I think I'm comparing it to that because it has all the different like multiple mounting styles, right? Which is very common with like Zoom boards. Is like they always offer you like a bunch of different mounting styles, and then this one does the same, right? You normally have like one or two, sometimes three, but for Zoom boards they have like 4 to 6 sometimes, right? So this one has four. This one does a this one does a cool job like incorporating both the plate and the PCB, right? And I think this blocker and the way they incorporated like the RGB, the LEDs, really cool because this small design choice of like, making this weight, go a little bit and stick out, like the reflection of the like underglow right here makes it so that you can see the top. And I think that's a really cool design thing, right? Because it could have just made this flush and then it wouldn't have looked as cool. But if you look, see, you can see the reflection just because that piece is like longer, right? I wish I could see what this part looks like, and I wish I could tell you guys what how these buttons work, but you can remap them in VIA. I just don't have this part, unfortunately. But what they've done is they've taken this blocker, made it into 3 keys instead of the 2 keys, and it also looks really cool. I think the whole thing about this board is that it looks really cool. I think bottom mount is a little excessive with all the screws. So I personally would never do the bottom mount. And then another thing to kind of nitpick is the PCB has like compatibility, but I guess for their own sake, the plate forces you into 6.25 and a full backspace. So while it supports 7U and it supports split backspace on the PCB, you won't get that on the plate, right? I would just say like swapping between all the mounting styles is not going to be as easy and as effortless as, some might wish for it to be. And also, I don't know if you guys feel the same sentiment, but there are a lot of people who don't like ball catch, and this is something similar, not quite the same, but there are people who like screws keeping their case together, which makes sense. It's like more secure, right? But this does make it easy to remove or to open the case if you need. But I will say that swapping between the mountings is not as like effortless as like it is like removing the case, right? So it's still nice though that you can remove it this easily, but some people might find that like not quite what they want because, you know, say they don't like ball catch or they prefer screws. So that is something, but they have kind of thought about like how to make sure it's like really secure because you never pick it up from the top. But another thing is like some people might not like how this is not symmetrical, right? But I would argue that it's not symmetrical here. If you look here, it's also not symmetrical. So they're just following that like same motif. So you see like it's actually aligned, right? And so I think to just keep like the design language the same, they made this. So if this bothers you that this is not aligned, I think that is like a very minor thing. I do like all the small like Easter eggs. So for example, like this. So you can put feet here, but if you don't want to put feet here, they've actually made it so that you can see the lights, right? And there's just a lot of like empty space that they didn't fill up, but it looks cool. So if you like this, the aesthetics I think is very, very neat, right? I don't This reminds me of there's a designer where an architect where he just takes like blocks and puts on top of other blocks. So it's not like just a square. It's like a square with like other squares sticking out. It kind of reminds me of that, right? This is a very unique design language, but I think there's a lot of cool things about it. Um, I honestly think this is more well polished than some of the boards I've built since. Um, but yeah, I do like this board. I do think it's not as easy to assemble or disassemble the mountings, but that's just like that's just me being picky. There are a few things that you want to be aware of when you're building it. So if you're watching this VOD, hopefully the tips and tricks help you out. But otherwise, that's the build. I did like this board. Um, yeah, I did like it. I thought it was pretty good. At least for like the price point and everything that it has to offer. I think biggest thing is that it just looks really cool, right? I like the design of the board. Yeah, and see that's kind of what it reminds me of. You know, there's just like it's just like shapes on top of other shapes, and there's just like some space not being used. But I don't know what this design is called, or this if there even is like a name for it. But yeah, that's the board. That's the build. Thank you. Win Studio is actually the one who reached out to me asking if I'd be interested in building it. So thank you, Win Studio, for letting me build it. Thank you guys all for watching. Um, that is the build stream. So I'm gonna end my YouTube stream. Thank you, my YouTube viewers, if you're still there. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I was streaming on YouTube, so if you guys didn't know. Okay, thanks, bye. Oh my god. Okay, bye YouTube. Thank you for watching. I'm going to end my stream on YouTube now. How do I do this?